Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron. And today is Monday night, Tuesday morning if you're here in the Philippines with me. And it is mining event night, viewer mining event night. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Sorry, my nose is itching for some reason. But yeah, we're here to stream some Beav Online. Sorry, I should have probably said that. So let's get started. I did want to show you guys that I have all the pieces made for my avalanche. And I'm getting ready to put it in the oven. 10 days. 10 days. And 151 million build cost. That really sucks. 72 million of that. Half of that is tax. Thank you, CCP. SCC surcharge, 4%. So I might be able to look around and see if I can get that cheaper somewhere. But at this point, I don't care. So almonxy, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Scimitar, Jerry Can, sethgstewart. I see all you guys out there. So the avalanche is in and being built. Dinner time for me. I understand that. I understand that. Mako, I did invite you, but I think you were away. So let me send you another invite. So Mako, there's another one for you. And Al, I got you. Hypner, good to see ya. Jerry Can, I don't know if you want to invite. Let me know. Hypner, I'm sending you an invite. All right. All right. Send one to Jerry Can. StabbyTabby, you want one as well? All right. Get all you guys involved. I gotcha. Thank you. Let me know if I missed anybody. I see Sean out there, but I haven't heard from him. And I see Bigglesworth. I think we've got everybody and Omega, but I think Omega's planning on cutting out early tonight. So yeah, I finished my dailies. I have my 255,000 skill points, which ironically my skill in science that I was waiting on, hydromagnetic physics, already finished. So again, I don't have anything to spend it on. I think maybe I'll spend it on this. And we'll move that up. Oop. So we'll get that done. Good to see all you guys. Abigail is barking for some reason. Oh, because Archie's here. All right. So my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are here. So of course it's sending Abigail into a fit. And it is really hot in here. I'm gonna turn my aircon down. Oh. Hotel California. Sorry to my YouTubers. You're hearing all the commentary about the music, but you're not getting any of the music. Sorry about that. You can thank YouTube for that. If you come out here and catch us live, you'll get to enjoy the music with us. Hopefully everybody's hearing the music good. I did make an adjustment over the weekend. Miss Jerry Can wasn't hearing it well, so hopefully that boosted a little bit for everybody. hopefully it's not drowning me out, or maybe in some cases it's better if it does. So, all right, let's pick a belt. Let's pick a belt. Scimitar, you got any preferences? You're hosting. Shimmering light. My hand grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. Does not matter. I'll warp to you after you're there. Sounds like a plan. All right. Let me see which one speaks to me. Let me see which one speaks to me today. Let's go to 7-4 for 4th of July. I'm in a celebrating mood. I'll let you know when I get there. Abigail's still barking. I can hear her over the headphones, so that means she's really loud. Aircon really doesn't seem to be going down too low. Alright, we got rats. They haven't noticed me yet. Let's see what we got. Ah, now they noticed me. Now they noticed me. Now they noticed me. SeanWonderMan, you want to invite? There you go. We are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Bigglesworth is here. Let me get him an invite. Bigglesworth is here. There he is. I saw you. I saw you. Luckily you were blue or you would have scared the crap out of me. Scimitar, who are you gonna have boosting? I want to make them wing commander, because that'll make their boost better, or so I've been told. You can warp to me now if you want. Sorry, I should have told you that. All right, cool. So I got you as wing commander. Oh, man. This one I always wish I could play the guitar. But not my thing. Oh. Looks like I left my salvage drone somewhere. Well, that was X-Lax Mood Move of the Week. That was X-Lax Mood Move of the Week. That one's going to come back to bite me. I guarantee it. Learn to play that in Okinawa. Yeah. One I really wish I had learned the guitar. Sean's in a NOS? They're going to mine in a NOS? Alright. Al's got his mobile MTU out, so that'll work. Alright. Oh, just arrived from Jita. No worries. Oop. Gotta compress. Making love out of nothing at all. Air supply. Alright, I need to turn down Eve. Eve's too loud. Know just where to touch you. Is fading, and I know that time's gonna fly, and I'm never gonna tell you everything I gotta tell you, but I know I wanna give it a try. Wanted to try your burst. There you go. So your information burst, 18%, negative 9% remote sensor dampener. Not bad. I don't know how you do it. Making love. This is another one I sing to my wife all the time. It's one of her favorites, but I don't know why. Out of nothing at all. Out of nothing at all. All right, so one of the dailies today is mining. So there you go. Can't beat that. I really don't know where these 3 jump ones come from. It's kind of crazy. Not sure what they're up to with that. So the only one in the in-game channel we don't have in fleet is Omega. But that's alright, Omega. I know you're cutting out early. Omega's busier than one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. What else? What else? Yeah, so I'm going to have to cut out right at my end time tonight. The wife has plans for us at the local municipality. We're going to try and convince them that everything they has is good enough and get them to try and process my paperwork, which I don't feel is going to be very successful. But she's kind of a dreamer, so... And there's really no reason for me to go. But she wants me to go, so I'm going to go. So which means probably sitting there for 2 hours and having them tell us no dice still. We actually found, I don't want to call them a fixer, but we found a licensing bureau that works specifically for foreigners to try and help them with their paperwork, with visas and permanent residency and real estate and a bunch of other stuff. And I have wanted to reach out to them. But she wants to try one more time to make the municipality see reason. And I figure it's it's only 15 minutes away, so it's not a big deal. So we'll give it a try. But if they don't fall for this one, if they don't go for this and actually give us the form, all they have to do is give us the form to fill out and send to Chicago after we fill it out. But if they don't give us the form, then we're gonna go with this other place. Unfortunately, they're in Manila, so when I can communicate with them online and video conference, we'll just have to go to Manila in order to get things started. So, but yeah, so that's the plan for today. Abigail's still taking her medicine, but she's definitely showing signs of improving. Unfortunately, she's still gaining weight, so which we need to get fixed. Otherwise, she's going to end up with the same problem Benedict had, which I do not want. My wife still cries at least once a week over Benedict, so I don't want to get into that. Yeah, so yeah, she is showing signs. Unfortunately, a lot of ticks here, so it seems that's how she picked up the blood parasite, was from ticks, so not something we really had to deal with a whole lot in America, so. Oh, yep. So I did buy a larger portable power station. And it is on the way to me. Unfortunately, the tracking for the shipping is not updated, so I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from. I think it's coming from Hong Kong, which I'm not thrilled about because I bought it from a Filipino company, but not a whole lot I can do about it at this moment. But they shipped it yesterday, and the tracking still hasn't updated. So once the tracking updates, I'll figure it out. But it'll probably be here before the tracking updates, knowing how things usually work. But we'll see. I'm super excited to get it. It is significantly larger than my one I have here. Supposedly it'll run my computer for over about almost 2 hours. So we'll see. I think that's probably a little far-fetched, but it also has a solar panel that comes with it, and you can recharge it from the solar panel. So if it's during the day like it is now, I can put my stuff out there, and I can put it out there and right outside my window, in fact, and it'll charge, so it'll actually run longer. So yeah, so this may solve my power problems for the computer. Then I'll move this one on the computer to probably the Starlink, and move the one on the Starlink to one of the other routers. But yeah, it seems like we're making some progress on the power, so that's good. Ironically, I should knock on wood, we haven't lost power in the last 3 or 4 days, so now that I'm making progress on solving the power problems, but we'll see. It is rainy season, so we've been getting a lot of rain, so, and it seems it's kind of like in America, when it rains there's more chance of it. I think in America the big problem with the rain was that people would lose control of their cars and end up hitting the poles that held the power lines up, and that's why we would lose it during the rain. Not so much the storms. I guess every once in a while a transformer would get hit by lightning, but yeah, here I don't know why the rain causes more problems, but it's all good. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of us out here. Excellent job. 14 in fleet, 13 here in the belt. 13 in the belt. Excellent. Excellent showing, guys. Appreciate it. There's anybody else in the stream that wants an invite? We are in Ufine. Let me know. It's in Galente space, so you do have to at least be not severely negative with Galente. I am actually... I just did a storyline mission in Galente space, and it made my Galente status go down, which was very disappointing. And so I am negative. That's not what I wanted. I am negative 76, 0.76 on Galente Federation. So I think as long as I'm above -1, I think I'm okay. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go do the Sisters of Eve one and get Galente back up, because that's gonna end up being problematic. It's amazing though. I did a storyline mission in Galente space for Galente Corporation, and somehow I lost almost 1/10 of a point. Oh yeah, kind of killing me. So I don't remember. It should say on here. Let me see. Expert distribution. Utricin tusiglin. Yeah. Yeah, with expert distribution. Expert distribution. Ah, expert distribution is a member of Caldari State. Okay, that's why. Funny, since I'm in Galente space. Don't know why Caldari State's giving me storylines, but maybe they're the closest storyline. So that explains it. Thanks for that, Scimitar. Yeah. No, it was yesterday. Well, I got it a couple days ago. I did it yesterday. And so, yeah, it was, But no, it does show that the agent is for Caldari State, so that does explain. Not sure why they're for Caldari State when I'm in Galente space, but, you know, there you go. So yeah, so it does kind of make sense that it went down. Unfortunately, I can't afford to turn down storyline agents, so... But... I can't wait to see you again. Can't believe I forgot my salvage drone. I must have left it in the belt yesterday. I don't remember using it in the belt though. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so he's got one here in Ufine. See if Kragan's got one. Nope. Kragan ain't got crap. Alright, well. I think I'm gonna run Kragan back for it. Not that we need it at the moment. Doesn't give us a whole lot. I think I'm gonna build Salvager 2s, so. So I'll probably just wait. Though, I probably need to check Kragan. Let's switch over to Kragan. I probably need to check Kragan to see. Oh, crap. Well, I thought I switched to Kragan, but I didn't. I probably switched you guys to Kragan, but I didn't switch myself to Kragan. Not sure why. Salvage drone specialization, show info, requirements, salvage drone operations 5, yes. So add level 5 to the queue. And I got skill points, nothing to spend them on. Huh, it didn't add it to the queue. Why not? I tell you, some days. If I had a nickel, add level 5 to the queue. There you go. Alright, let's apply.
Skill training completed.
Apply. Alright. Okay, why are you not moving? Alright. Why do I have to do everything twice for it to actually do something? I don't know. That's strange. Alright, let's switch back to Falstad. Why it's not switching? I just started working on my Galente standings, was over 1.3 when I took a mission, and when I warped to the site, nothing was there. So I blew up all the facilities, took a while, then the mission ship showed up. My standings decreased for blowing the stations up. Really? That sucks. So I guess it has been buggy lately, huh? You gotta look at that tub of butter before you stick your fork in it. Yeah. Problem is storyline missions. Yeah. I'll just do the Sisters of Eve and get it boosted back up a little bit, but unfortunately, the Sisters of Eve really doesn't boost it that much. But it's better than a stick in the eye, so. But yeah. But yeah, that's really crappy, Al. Not sure why that happened.
The asteroid is depleted.
Abigail's barking again. Why are you barking, Abigail? Oh. Ugh. Alright. Phone number 1. Fully charged. Well, looks like I got something on it. Scoop or something. Actually, probably my wife got something on it. It's probably more like it. I let her use it to talk to one of her friends in America the other day. That's what I get for being a nice guy. Final countdown, Europe. I believe the stations were Galente. Okay, yeah. Yeah, those missions are a little screwy because, like, I'm in Galente space, so I don't know why it's giving me Caldari agents. I mean, I am Caldari, so maybe that's why, but maybe I just need to start doing some Galente agent. Because I'm pretty sure, so the guy I normally do missions for, come on. This guy, he's with expert distribution, so no. So that's probably why. Yeah, so he's with expert distribution, and expert distribution is Caldari. So yeah, that's kind of a kick. Modern finances, that's low sec. Caldari business. So yeah, the only ones I have that are level 4 are going to be Caldari ones. So let me say Galente. Unfortunately, since my Galente status is bad, let's do highest available. There we go. So I can do a level 3. It's only 9 jumps away. Holy shit. Oh, there's a level 2 that's 1 jump away. So yeah, we could probably do that one. Doesn't say what kind of he is. Distribution. Okay, yeah, so that would work. And he's in Billy as well. So yeah, maybe I'll just start doing for him. Unfortunately, that means the rest of you guys won't get as many points, but it will probably keep me from causing any more problems. So, and maybe help build up some of my status with the others. So we're with Galente again. So yeah, so maybe we'll work that out. As Skimitar said, you got to really look at these things before you open the wrapper. So that's my plan with my EcoFlow. So the item is EcoFlow. It was actually recommended by one of the vloggers that I do, the portable power station. And it's a portable power station, meaning you can actually take it camping, you can take it anywhere with you. So, which is kind of nice. So with that said, I can probably use it to do different things rather than just a computer. So if I'm not streaming and and the power goes out for a couple hours, we could hook it up to the TV and watch TV or something. So yeah, but yeah, it's called EcoFlow. It was recommended by a guy living here in the Philippines who had used it. He's from Iceland with a smoking hot Filipino wife, and she was actually, I think, runner-up for Miss Philippines one year. So he has a huge. His name's Finn Snow. If you guys get a chance to check him out on YouTube. FINNSNOW. He's from Iceland and living here in the Philippines. So it's kind of entertaining because he's a super white guy. He's even whiter than me because he's from Iceland, used to the cold. But yeah, like I said, he's got a smoking hot wife. And they're actually closer in age than most of the Filipino foreigner couples. So that's kind of nice. I really have trouble watching the ones where the foreigner is in his 70s and his wife is in her 20s. I can't really watch those. Maybe I'm just old and stubborn, but yeah, that just seems wrong. But yeah, they're pretty close in age. My wife was watching one this morning, and yeah, the guy's my age, but he looks like he's in his 70s. And gold diggers, yeah. I think I think most of the ones we've watched, they truly do care for the, they care for their husband and they're taking care of him, but they're more like a nurse than a wife. So we watched one. I mean, he's in his late 70s, like 79, and she's in her 30s. And like he's significantly older than her parents. And I'm just like, but it's obvious that she cares for him and he cares for her. But it's like, you're really setting her up for devastation, because he's definitely going to die before you. Definitely. In my case, my wife's 2 years older than me, which actually caused us problems on our immigration status, because they thought, this was 20 years ago, and nobody was getting wives that were older than them. They were all getting, significantly younger wives, 18-year-olds. And that's not what I wanted. And so they questioned her on why are you older than him? Because that doesn't happen. What's wrong with him? And ran out of space. Too busy talking. And she was like, well, because he loves me. They were like, no, seriously. But she had enough documentation to prove we had a relationship. We talked about this, I think, yesterday or on Friday. But yeah, I sent her, so we talked online for a grand total of 2 years. So a year and a half before I came to the Philippines to meet her. And then it took 6 months for our paperwork to get taken care of by America to bring her in as a fiance. So for 2 years, I sent her a card every single day the post office was open. So, every day but Sunday, I sent her a card. And she got every single one of them, which is, I was complaining to, I think that's where we were talking about, is I was complaining to my mail service. They've sent me one package and it's been lost. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a failure on your part. And they're like, no, we turned it over to them. It's not our fault. And I'm like, yeah, but, I understand that. But you shouldn't be turning it over to somebody that is not going to ensure it gets delivered. You shouldn't even offer that as an option, because this is a service I'm paying you for. So anyway, but yeah, so I told them the story about it as well. But yeah, I sent her a card every day for 2 years. And she didn't get them all on, individual days. She got them usually in chunks. Like once a week, she'd get 5 or 6 cards. But she got every single one of them. Not a single one was missing. And, from that perspective, this was 20 years ago. Now, the United States Postal Service has deteriorated significantly in the last 20 years. But, they sent me one package, and they sent it to me priority mail. And I haven't received it. It's been over 35 days. So yeah, I was supposed to receive it in 7 days. So, but anyway, I digress. So yeah, so I had sent her a card every day. And so yeah, so she actually took those, 600 cards with her to her immigration, her visa appointment. And the guy's like, okay, well, we need something to prove you have a relationship. And so she plopped this stack down on the table. And he's like, we only need a couple. And she's like, okay, well, pick a couple. They're all from him. This is what, he sent me. And actually, at that point, it wasn't 2 years. It had only been, well, actually, it was probably close to 2 years, because we were in the middle of the process. She got her visa, I think, a month after that appointment. So we were 9/10 of the way through. But anyway, so yeah, I think he pulled out 5 or 6 cards. And she complained. She was like, hey, I'm going to get those back, right? And he's like, well, no. And she's like, well, I need those back. She said, if you want to keep them, then you're going to need to make a photocopy or something, because I need those back. And so I kind of laughed about it, because I was like, yeah, sweetheart, they're probably wanting to, keep them. And she's like, they're not keeping my cards. You sent those to me. Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I can send you more cards. So, speak of the devil, want to say hi? Alright. Sounds like somebody's shooting at us. Weird. Weird. Money, money. Eddie money. But yeah, so they did end up giving them back to her, but yeah, she was pretty pissed. Like, no, you're not keeping them. Like, it's okay, I'll buy you another card. She's like, no, you sent that to me, and I literally wrote in every one of them. So that was part of my lunchtime at work. So my office was only a block from the post office. So every day I would go to work. My lunch break, I would, I already had the cards bought, so I would write in the card, and then I'd go to the post office and mail it. And it was just, hey, how are you? Here's what I did today, blah, blah, blah. What do you write for, 600 times, right? And so, and I would put the date on it, and I would put a number on the outside of whatever number I was up to for, I think I did it by year. And so, but yeah, it was kind of funny because she was pretty pissed. They wanted to keep it. Like, yeah, that's okay. Let them keep it. It's not that big a deal. It's like, yes, it's a big deal. You sent those to me. And she still has them to this day. Here we are, 20 years later, and she still has them to this day. It was one of the items that we shipped to the Philippines. The big stack of cards. So I don't think she's opened them in a long time, so I probably could have saved me some money if I'd have got rid of them. But yeah, so they had no problem proving that we had a relationship, so that was good. Oh, your loaded gun. Things you got to go through for immigration, so. But it was worth it. She lived in America for 18 years. Gave her a good perspective on life in the Philippines. So she was a little against us moving back to the Philippines. I had to convince her. She didn't want to give up the convenience that she had gotten used to. She didn't want to give up the pay she had gotten used to. And it wasn't until probably the last 6 months that her job started to become really problematic. And so when that happened, it actually helped my case. So, Abigail, you want to say hi? Come here, babies. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, come on. Killing your daddy. You know that? Oh. Why you make me walk all the way over there to get you? Huh? Why do you make me walk all the way to get you? You don't want to say hi? You don't want to say hi? They want to see you. They've been worried about you. They've been worried about you. Say hi. I'm feeling better. I'm still grouchy. I'm still the grouchiest dog my daddy's ever met. Yes. Miss Antisocial. Barking at everybody. I heard you barking at Archie and Cynthia. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Uncle Scimitar says hello. Yep. Uncle Scimitar says hello. You lay down. But yeah, so I don't know why we got on that. But yeah, so yeah, we had proved that we had a relationship. That's one of the requirements for the Hey, Corlin, I don't know if you're in the stream. I don't think he realizes compression is on. Blitz is on. Yeah, I was hoping he was in stream so I could explain it via voice rather than try to type it out in the channel, but seems like he was running back to the station to unload. So yeah, any of you that don't know, if you right click but yeah, those of you, if you do right click on the ore in your hold and select compress, it will compress. Scimitar is providing the compression, so as long as you're in the fleet with him and within 40 kilometers of his ship, you should be able to compress. So but yeah, so anyway, so I just saw him coming back, so I thought, oh, poor guy. I forget a lot of noobs don't know about compression, so
The asteroid is depleted.
but yeah, so I always forget that some people don't know about compression, so yeah, sorry about that, Corlin, if you're in there. So if you are in stream, let me know what your name is in stream so I can add you to my list. Try to keep track of everybody so that I get you guys invites ahead of time rather than have to ask. But anyway, so yeah, so any of you that aren't some of the newbies in there, definitely have compression on. That's one of the things we provide. So along with the boost, if you hover over the boost, it shows you got 124% range and negative 46% on your capacitor use. So, which is kind of nice. Kind of nice. Mining's going good, Seth. Where are you? Why are you not here with us? Actually, you said you weren't going to be around for about a week. You did say that. I forgot all about it. Sorry about that. The week does not start till tomorrow. Oh, okay. Today is normal. Okay. Well, then we're missing you out here. Tomorrow until Sunday my time. Yep. So yeah, I don't know that I've ever asked you where you are. I thought you were on the East Coast, but maybe not. Yeah, because it should be about 10 p.m. there now if you're on the East Coast. Yeah, East Coast. Yep.
The asteroid
12 hours
is
behind me.
depleted.
Yep. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. All out of love. But yep. That's what I thought. Yeah, so you should be on Monday here in 2 hours. So normally Sunday's the beginning of the week on all the calendars. So that's how I count it. So sorry, I misunderstood. But anyway, yeah, so I don't remember what we were talking about the mail for. And the relationship. But yeah, like I said, when she went through her interview, so at the Manila Embassy, the American Embassy here in Manila, she went through an interview with them. And that's where she showed him the cards and had to explain everything. And that was really the only question they had is, why are you older than him? And it was like, I want to grow old with somebody. I don't want somebody to take care of me when I get old. So, as it was, let me make sure she's not around. As it was, Filipina are somewhat naive in some things, since they are kind of restricted from the rest of the world in most cases. Some of them are not naive at all, but most of them. My wife was definitely very naive. So even though she was in her 40s, it was still like I was married to a pretty immature 20-year-old. So I can't imagine what it would have been like if I'd actually got an 18-year-old. That would have been like dating a kid. So, but yeah, we got a lot of vloggers we watch, and many of them, most of them, the age difference between the foreigner and the wife is anywhere from 20 to 30 years, and that's just kind of crazy. Some of them, it works out, and I think in all cases they definitely care for them, but yeah, it's one of those. We had a friend back in Kansas City, a Filipina, who married an American, and there was 35 years difference between them. And yeah, it was pretty, it was different. She didn't want to hang out with him. She was considerably younger. She wanted to work, make money. And then when he passed away, because he was, in his late 80s, all she did was was sad and depressed because she didn't have him to spend time with anymore. And I'm like, when he was here, you didn't spend time with him, so yeah. It was kind of, but yeah, she didn't want to be a nurse, and that's what he needed. And then when he was gone, she complained because she didn't have him to be a nurse for, and I'm like, you could have did that when he was here. So he was a really nice guy. So, but yeah, so that's kind of the common. Like I said, my wife's 2 years older than me, so that was a red flag to the Manila embassy. Not enough for them to stop it, because we were able to prove about our relationship. We were able to show everything, and so. But yeah, and it definitely wasn't a problem for America. They didn't care. They just wanted the money that I had to pay for her fiance visa. That was all they really cared about back then. But then, yeah, after 5 years, she got her citizenship in America, and then she renewed her citizenship for the Philippines to become a dual citizen. And that's where I'm at. Why she's going to be able to sponsor me for permanent residency here is because of her dual citizenship. So yeah, so all that was kind of planned, but we get a lot of people who who complained about the situation here in the Philippines with the land. So foreigners can't own any land. So the properties that we own, both properties that we own, are not in my name. They are not owned by me. They're owned by my wife. And everybody's like, oh, I would never do that. And now the ironic part about it is actually I respect it, because it shows the Philippines is better than America in that regard, where they don't want foreigners coming in and buying up all their land. So that's kind of nice. But the bigger one is that it has on the title, so we have the title for one of our properties. We're working on the title for the second property. But it has on the title, you know, that it's owned by my wife, who is married to, and it has my name. So she cannot sell the property without my permission, without my signature that's notarized. So I do have some legal grounds to stand on. It's just not, I don't particularly own it per se. I can't, you know. And if she was, the bigger one is if she was to pass away, I have the right to sell it since my name is on it. So I can't live on it, but I could sell it. And so I could still recoup, you know, whatever. But in the case of ours, what we would probably do is we're probably going to bequeath it to her, one of her family members, and then have them lease the land to me if my wife passes away first. I doubt she will, but sorry, ads are on. So yeah, I'll pick it up after the ads. But yeah, that's one of the big complaints that a lot of people have. Oh, I would never do that. No, then don't. I've been married to her for 20 years. Yeah, not a whole lot of people I trust more than that. So she still drives me crazy some days, but she's very trustworthy. So. Bigglesworth is providing oversight for us tonight. Appreciate it, Bigglesworth. EIS, good to see ya. Been a while. Welcome back. I forget how good this playlist is. Van Halen. Van Halen. That funny feeling again. Every time we touch. Welcome back from the ads. Appreciate you guys. felt so much. Anything at all. Boom, 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 boom. Why can't this be love? What is the name of that band? No, this is Van Halen. If Biggie wants to mine, I have another retriever he could use. Yeah, I think I got one here too. I think he prefers oversight. So, Bigglesworth, you want to mine? We got ships here you could use. But yeah, EIS, it's actually Van Halen. Yeah. Yep. Yep, Van Halen. One of my favorites. And then eventually Eddie Van Halen split off and did his own thing, kind of single stuff, but he wasn't as successful with that. He did all right, so I'm filamenting out to Pacman after this. Oh, show off. Way to go, Bigglesworth. I've heard that can be very profitable. I always get killed when I go to Pacman, so I try not to go. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, looks like we're out of Scordite. About to start on the Veldspar. We're about to kill this one. I remember that, so Hazard, because some guy smashed the vinyl on the school's wall. Yeah. OU812. Yep. Yep, that's it. OU812. That was one of their records. Yep. OU812. Good old Van Halen. Good old Van Halen. Yeah. I think they started the whole American dream of jumping ship, not doing loyalty. I think it was the singers that started it. And then the sport guys kind of took over after the singers. So in school, there were often older guys. Yep, yep. Thank you, though. To be honest, I don't know anything about mining. I'll leave it to the professionals. We can teach you, buddy. We can teach you. You're always trying to teach us about PvP. The least we can do is teach you. So it's actually a lot easier to learn than PvP. So, but yeah, good old Van Halen. This one's Survivor. Rocky 4. Well, now I'm dating myself. Rocky 4 was 85, 84, 1984. I saw it in the movie theater. Back when movie theaters were popular. Oh, man against man. When Rocky fought Ivan Drago. These days I realize again, you know, Peggy Bundy's favorite band. It's the Stooges, the top man for the Stooges. Iggy Pop. Peg Bundy, that's another one. Yeah, that's a blast from the past. I saw Leonard Skinner before the plane crash. Man, see there, that's better than mine, Al. You got me beat there. That would have been one to see. That would have been one to see. A lot of the singers taken way too early. That was one of those professions where you're the life expectancy was way lower than it should have been. I'm a bit younger. I also hear those techno stuff meanwhile. Yep, yep. That is one thing I'll give America for contribution wise. We contributed a lot of music. A lot of music. I don't know that we've really got a whole lot in the other forms of art. I think a lot of that comes from Europe, mostly Paris, Germany. But when it comes to the music, especially the rock music, America kind of had the corner on that. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's actually more expensive than the soldier, to be honest. But yeah, it's funny because you got the guys like the guys from Kiss are still touring, and they're super old, but they're still touring and making money. But yeah, they were one of the ones that they managed to survive. U.S. is the home of rock. That is it. Home of rock. Oh, there's Omega. There's Omega. What the fudge, buddy? There he is. There he is. Get in here, Omega. But yeah, U.S. is definitely the home of rock. We cranked out a lot of rock bands. I can't imagine just the money that the U.S. population spends on concerts and such. Just concert tickets and things of that nature. That's just crazy. Glenn Fry. Bigglesworth said intruder alert and local. Night goes up. Something all over again. Music is a nice cultural thing. Yeah, like I said, I think from an American perspective, we don't provide a whole lot of artists, painters, or I think we got a lot of authors. So some people count literature as art, but yeah, we provide a lot of authors. But yeah, I think music is really kind of the U.S.'s contribution to the arts. I am in music in any sort. There you go. Yep. And then when you get into certain areas of the U.S. provide other certain types of music, like the jazz comes from the Kansas City region as well as some of the southern states. And so yeah, I'm a big jazz fan. So I don't have any jazz in this one, but. And then, of course, the rhythm and blues. Love the rhythm and blues. R&B. But yeah, music is it. Music is it. Eclectic. Yep. I recently found out we have here a country evening on radio here in my local broadcast in Germany. It was cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, if you think about it from a sculpture perspective, we don't have a whole lot of sculptors. Most of the sculptures we display here in America were built elsewhere and in Europe mostly. And so, painters, all the paintings that we have in in our museums and stuff were all painted in Europe. So, but I like the electronic thing. Yep. But yeah, it's kind of amazing that at least we were able to contribute with rock music and jazz. So yeah. All right, well, we about killed this belt, guys. We're coming down to the finals. We're about done. Oh, excuse me. We have Burning Man. There you go. That's true. That's true. That's true. What do you think of? We had Woodstock, you know. So, yeah. But, yeah, Burning Man. I didn't think about that. That's true. That's definitely, yeah. That's definitely a cultural thing, so. Which is kind of nice, because at least it shows that America is at least contributing in some ways to the arts. So Cal Jam 172, there you go. There you go. Are they having Cal Jam this year? 'Cause I don't know. That's California's been having so many problems. I'm not sure they're gonna be able to pull it off. All right, I'm gonna send. Yeah, I'm gonna send. I'm gonna send Reagan down. Let's see. Do we want to go down or up? We're on 7-4. Let's go up. Let's do 7-5. I'll go check it out. $1978 was 2. Yeah, yep. I got Cragen's gonna go check out the next belt. We'll do 5 next. Got a couple rats I'll take care of. But yeah, there's quite a bit here, so. It's weird though. Somebody seems to have mined out all the massive scordite, which is really weird. Not sure why. It seems like somebody went through all the belts and mined it out. It don't matter. It all spends. There you go. There you go. That is true. That is true. Alright, so I'm clearing the rats. And let's get closer. Alright.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright. So yeah, whenever you guys are ready. Oh, looks like Al's already here. Guys are welcome to join Cragen whenever you're ready. Or you can stay and finish off this one. I will, once Scimitar is all set. Scimitar, if you want to start shutting things down, go ahead. Once Scimitar is all set and everybody's got their drones in, I will fleet warp us to Cragen. So you guys are welcome to wait here and clear everything. But it will take Scimitar few minutes to shut everything down and be able to move.
The asteroid is depleted.
This is Phil Collins. Phil Collins or Genesis? Yeah, Genesis. Led by Phil Collins. He's another one that eventually split off. Yep, still working on 4. Yep. Yeah, I was thinking if you wanted to shut down, since it takes you a minute. I think we're down to 3 now. With 12 of us, those 3 won't last long. 11 if you don't count Bigglesworth. All right, thanks. So yeah, we'll mine these out and then we'll warp. I'll do a. So everybody pull your drones in. Unless you're using them to mine. Unless you're using them to mine. If you're using them to mine, go ahead. Oh, you're going to go ahead and warp? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to fleet warp us, but that's okay. That'll get you there earlier. You can warp to Kragan or Al's there as well. What's up, Darda? Good to see ya. Out late every weekend. REO Speedwagon. One of my favorites.
The asteroid is depleted.
We still got some mining drones out. I don't know what you around. Man, I already mined out an asteroid here. Maybe this wasn't such a good belt to choose. So yes, if you need compression, there is compression on the other side. Oh. He left and it's too far away. Yeah. I gotta get closer. There we go. Omega, good to see you, buddy. Alright. We'll either finish these 2 off or I'll fill up my hold. Which the hold's probably going to fill up first. Man. Yeah, this one's not a very good one. They're dropping like flies. Bum, bum, bum. Man. Yeah, these two don't want to die. Oh, Bigglesworth. Getting ready to sign off soon. I hope all is well. Everything's fantastic, Omega. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I knew you had to cut out early, so I wasn't expecting you tonight. So I appreciate you stopping by. There's one. Cargo hold is full. Alright.
The asteroid.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and warp us. Oop, let's do it this way.
Warp drive active.
Stabby Tabby, good to see you. Yeah, my schedule's all jacked up this week. Yeah. I'm so sorry that you're not able to retire. That sucks. Oh, that's all. That's why. Yeah, I don't want that. I want it by distance. There we go. Come on. Come on, give me this cycle. I need to boost. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. There they are. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Got everything compressed. Well, if I hit the lotto, there you go. There you go. Yeah, honestly, I was very worried about retiring. Very, very worried about retiring. Not sure I had enough money. Always second guessing myself, and it has been fantastic. I really wish I had pulled the trigger 5 years earlier, because I probably had enough money then. Though I'm definitely better off 5 years later. But I'm thinking about all the suffering I went through that last 5 years, and but yeah, that doesn't work for everybody. So plus, unless you're going to move to a foreign country, trying to retire early in America is almost impossible. So you're also somewhere the dollar is cheaper. Yep. Yeah, a lot cheaper. Yeah, Filipino. So I get 50 Filipino dollars to $1 American dollar. Actually, 57 is what it's at about now. And so yeah, it goes a lot further. Which makes a huge difference. And I know you said you still got kids in college, so yep. So yeah, that's a whole different requirements. Different requirements. Yep, I understand that all too well. Understand that all too well. Where is Kragan? Kragan is 5,000 away. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna jettison. Reagan's got more space in his hold, so I'm gonna go pick this stuff up. Yeah, I'll be working at least another 15 years minimum. Yeah, I'm so sorry, buddy. I understand that. I had a lot of people at my place were working until their 70s. Oop, that's not gonna work. Working until their 70s and then retiring and then being stuck, or heaven forbid, not surviving very long after that. What's the best fit for a Hulk solo mining high sec? So this is the one I use, and I use it whether solo mining or not.
The asteroid is depleted.
Let me give it to you here in a sec. I don't know if it's the best, but this is what I use. It does run out of space pretty quick, but it mines super fast. Which is really what I'm after. Getting ore as fast as I can. Lego, what's up, buddy? But yes, if you're solo mining, like Lego said, a Mackinac is probably better. Because it gives you a much bigger hold. It mines slower, but it gives you a much bigger hold. So yeah. Yeah. But I do use this Hulk solo mining. So. Because I really like it. I really like the way it really like the way it mines, really like the way it handles, really like all of it. So yeah. I'm greedy. I want as much ore as possible. So yeah, Lego, good to see you, buddy. Trying out this prospect. The prospect is really nice. The what was I gonna say? Jackson actually convinced me to use the E1, Prospect's twin sister. Expedition. I don't think it's Expedition, but yeah. Been lurking here for a while. Had some chores to take care of. No worries, Lego. You're all good. But yeah, the E1. I can never remember the name of it. And that's what I use. It's only got one miner, but it mines faster than the Prospect. And you can get a cloak on it, but that really kind of kills it. The Prospect is nice if you want to go in the wormhole. You can put a cloak on it. So, endurance. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, what do you got, Lego? We're hungry, too. Yeah, Berkezar. Thanks all that, guys, for endurance. I don't know why I can never remember the name of it. Kind of drives me bananas. Because it's really not that hard. But every single day, I'm like, what the hell's the name of that? So yeah. But yeah, the endurance. So yeah, Jackson convinced me that that one was better. And we did a test. So we both got max skills when it comes to mining. And we threw them out there. And the endurance did. It mined faster, which is what I usually go for. And it has a big enough hold that it didn't cause a lot of problems. So. But we were mining in high sec. If you're mining wormholes or things of that nature, the Prospect's definitely better because you can put a covert ops cloak on it or improved cloak on it. I don't think you can get a covert ops cloak on it, but sorry, misspoke there. But yeah, and that's a game changer. So. It was a long day and I didn't feel like cooking. Yeah. Ham, turkey, and cheese on wheat with some Doritos. See, I miss sandwiches. I really do. They don't do sandwiches here. It is not a big sandwich country. I don't know. I got to really research what the origination of the sandwich. So, yeah, type B crystals is what I think everybody else uses because they actually give the most. I use the type A's because I bought the blueprint for them, but the type B's are better. And so, yeah, Al, if you're going to do it, I would put B crystals on it instead of A's. I have the BPO for the A's, so that's why I keep using the A's. We get done tonight, I'm making tacos. I like tacos. That's another one we can't get here. Not a whole lot of Mexican places here in the Philippines. So yeah, I'm with you on the tacos. In fact, the wife and I were just talking. We can get the taco seasoning off of one of the delivery places, and taco shells they do sell in some of the grocery stores, and fajita wraps. And I'm a big fajita guy too. And it's funny because my wife loves Mexican, and she'd always try to get me to go out to Mexican when we were in America. A lot of Mexican restaurants in Kansas City, and I was never a huge fan. But now that's the one thing I'm missing here is Mexican. So someone put bacon on a biscuit. End of story. There you go. That's it. You're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably absolutely right. Hey, what happens if I put this slice of meat on here, or throw this steak on this piece of bread, Brats and sauerkraut. I'm not a big sauerkraut guy. I don't like sour stuff, but pickled cucumber and onion is good. I do like that. My father used to make that before he passed, and so I remember that fondly as something he used to always make. So the pickled cucumber and onion, yeah. But yeah, I'm not a huge sauerkraut, but I do love brats. And we did buy some brats when we were at S&R a couple months ago, and they were good. Unfortunately, there's not a grill here. So I've been thinking about getting a grill, because then I could cook some too. And we'll probably wait till we build the house. And then that's what we'll put out on the dirty kitchen. We'll put the grill out there so she can make her fried fish, and I can cook up some steaks and things of that nature. Because, yeah, unfortunately, they fry everything here, and it's just not the same. So, Omega, thanks for the raid, buddy.
Open up!
Thanks for the raid, buddy. Welcome, Raiders. Appreciate you guys. If you're not following Omega, please give him a follow. I think I need to turn down the sound effects, too. Miners are making way too much noise. And of course, I'm multi-boxing, so that's doubling it. Well, welcome, Raiders. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Any friend of Omega's is a friend of mine. So, appreciate you guys being here. Omega, you get some rest. Sorry your work is working you so hard. That kind of sucks. But it is nice to be needed. I will say that. I was really worried when I retired that I was going to feel worthless. Because I didn't have my job to give me worth anymore. And I have not had that problem. Not had that problem at all. In fact, the few times they've called me, I've been kind of irritated. So, yeah. Well, Bigglesworth. Yep, there you go. Yep. You don't know about him? Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is kind of questionable, but that's all right. He's a Filipino, so I can't say anything bad about him. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He does live in California though, so that's kind of sketchy. So that's kind of sketchy. But from what I hear, he's probably going to be governor of California here next term. So maybe things are looking up. Maybe things are looking up.
The asteroid is depleted.
Maybe things are looking up. I would definitely. I would help. I would donate to that campaign. I would donate to that campaign. Bigglesworth, if you're thinking about running for governor, let me know. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to snipe us. Yeah. He's taking off now. He had to cut out as well. When we switched belts, he took off. I have thought going back to work. Then I get a reminder how old of it I am. Yeah, and how dangerous my line of work is. Yeah. Mine wasn't dangerous. Mine was just mind-numbing and stressful. Very stressful. And so, yeah, I'm glad to be done with it. Like I said, I do not regret the decision to retire when I did. I retired at 57, and I do not regret that decision whatsoever. Like I said, I was stressing about it because I was not sure. So, gonna donate five Filipino dollars. There you go. There you go. That wouldn't get them very far, especially in California. That wouldn't get them very far in California. Yeah, let's see. Five Filipino pesos. What's that come out to in a dollar? That's like 1/10. That's like 10 cents. So yeah. Yeah, I bet Scimitar. I can't imagine what you went through. I really can't. Because that's the one thing I think about is, we're talking about, we're making plans in case something happens to her first, since I'm here on her good grace, and I don't even like talking about it because I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. So I can't imagine. So yep. And that's the way mine is too. She drives me bananas sometimes, but yeah, she is my everything. So I do understand that. I really feel for you. I really feel for you because that's a tough one. That's a really difficult one. They actually say that they are definitely the stronger gender because they're more able to survive the loss of us than we are of them. And I truly believe that. Like I said, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you because that's tough. That's really tough. And you're surviving, and that's fantastic. Where a lot of guys, they don't last the wife passing very, very long. Where I remember my grandmother buried 3 husbands. And she was like, I'll keep going until I find one that can keep up. And so, yeah, so I definitely do believe they're the stronger gender when it comes to that. So, but yeah, if you ever need anything, Scimitar, I'm definitely here for you. Because, yeah, I can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that. So, yeah, sorry for your loss. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, even us just discussing, making plans and putting paperwork in, I'm just like, yeah, I don't even want to think about that. I've always assumed that I would go first, and I think that's probably better for us. But yeah, did that rat just shot me? Yeah, exactly. It probably did. Probably came in specifically to target you. They didn't realize we had a celebrity here is probably what the problem was. So, yeah. No, I understand. I understand, Scimitar. I do. I understand. Like I said, even us just discussing it, to try and put things in place so that I don't get kicked out of the country is kind of like, yeah, I don't want to talk about this. She's like, yeah, this is something we got to talk about. It's not going to happen, but, you know, and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, but yeah, I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. I'm sure she'll be fine if something happens to me. She'd probably be I always tease her that she'll be happy. She'll probably have a party. But yeah, the other way around, I'm going to be a basket case. So yeah, I might not have to worry about whether I get deported or not because it probably won't make much difference. So give me a beer and sit next to me and I'll be fine. There you go. When my dad died, it crushed my mom. She's still hardly able to cope. You know, and that's weird, Lego. You're right. When my dad died first, and my mom, my stepmom, but I call her my mom for all practical purposes. But my mom, she was devastated, just devastated. And I sound just like my father. And every time I'd call her to see how she was doing, she'd start bawling because I sound like my father. And she kept his voice on the answer machine for like 5 years after he passed until she finally moved. But she's also passed now. So, and I think it was probably a mercy for her because she really was not, she was not thriving. She was really, yeah. But it was weird when my dad was alive, all they did was fight like cats and dogs. And so it was really strange because when he passed, we thought, oh, now she's going to be happy. She's going to travel. She's going to, you know, she's finally rid of him. And it was the exact opposite. So, yeah. So, but yeah. But yeah, Mega, I think those rats didn't realize we had a celebrity here. And when they warped in and saw the celebrity, that's why they targeted you. So, but yeah, Scimitar, one of these days we'll get together for a beer. Not sure exactly how we'll work it, but we'll figure a way. But yeah, my mom was, yeah, you're right, Lego. There are exceptions. Because my mom was, I couldn't believe it. In fact, like I said, every time I called her, she started bawling. And she's like, you sound just like your father. And I'm like, yeah, I've been told that.
Asteroid is depleted.
But yeah, at the funeral, she threw herself on the coffin. They had my dad. My dad was a big guy, probably 300 pounds. And she threw herself on the coffin, which they had kind of propped up on this post, like this pillar. And I don't know how they had him balanced, but it was like, I was like, this is an accident waiting to happen. And then she threw herself on the coffin, you know, screaming and crying and, you know, why did you leave me? You know, blah, blah, blah. And we had to get, and all my brother, it's funny because I moved away. I'm the only one that moved away from the family. My family all lives on the East Coast. And so I moved away to get away from the drama. And so when we were back at the funeral and that happened, they all looked at me like, hey, what are you going to do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what am I going to do? You know, I'm the one who moved away. But we ended up having to get her off before she pulled the casket off. Because the first thing I imagined was her pulling the casket off and him rolling out on the floor, middle of the funeral. I'm like, oh, God, no. But yeah, that's when we first started realizing that this wasn't going to be a positive thing for her.
Is depleted.
Where we had kind of always imagined that she would be relieved to be rid of him. My father was a unique individual. I'm gonna leave it at that. I loved him dearly, but he was a unique individual. So this year and next year, I cannot do a thing spending time with family. Maybe a couple years. That sounds like a plan. You are always welcome. And that goes for anybody in stream. You guys are all welcome. You pay for the airfare, I'll take care of everything else. At least for the first week. If you stay longer than a week, then we may have problems. But once we have the house built, we got a whole guest swing, and that'll work out a lot better. But yeah, for now, we can at least put you up for a week, no problem. Unfortunately, airfare's not cheap, so everybody always asks me, are you going to go back? And I'm like, not if I can help it. So, but yeah, it's too damn expensive. Too damn expensive. Bigglesworth. Pass. It's like 2K to get there and back. Exactly. Exactly.
The asteroid.
And that's on one of the cheaper sites. You pay for like a direct flight, it's way higher. That's like a 26-hour flight. So yeah. Oh yeah. We had to pay for a more direct flight because we brought Abigail with us this time, and it was one way, cost us almost that much. So yeah. I'd rather fly with you in New Eden. There you go. There you go. I don't know. I usually stay out of New Eden. That place has got too much spam. So I'll take a canoe. There you go, Al. That's a little bit longer trip. When we send the boxes over, they go by a slow boat, and they're actually on a freighter, and it takes 2 months for them to get here. So yeah. So I'm not sure exactly how long a canoe would take, but yeah, that's a lot of paddling. You might want to get at least an outboard on it and some extra gas. But yeah, you guys are all welcome. That goes without saying. As far as I'm concerned, you guys are family, so appreciate y'all. But yeah, I got the utmost respect for you, Scimitar. That's a tough thing, and I appreciate that you're doing it for your family, to be able to spend time with them, take care of them. That's awesome. To be commended. But yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in getting a webcam on that canoe there, almonxy. Tank, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Not too much. We're just mining. Just mining. Just mining.
The asteroid is depleted.
Monday night, Tuesday morning is viewer mining event nights, when I mine with my viewers. It is the event I look forward to all week.
Depleted.
This is my weekly highlight. My weekly highlight. 14-foot sea kayak. I mean, there you go. There you go. Actually, if you do that kind of thing, I could probably put you in touch with someone. My brother-in-law, the husband of my sister. He works for a marina. My sister works for a marina in Florida, and he is a guy that kind of moves boats around from place to place, and so he's gone for periods during the year, and I always thought that'd be kind of a cool thing. But yeah, people call him up, rich people call him up and say, hey, I need you to bring my yacht to the Caymans. No problem. When do you want it there? He gets paid a lot of money to do that. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. So yeah. And then I think he also goes up to Alaska and he does some salmon fishing, because he makes a ton of money doing that as well. And so yeah, he works, I think, like 6 months of the year or less, and then he lives off of what he made in those 6 months. So yeah, so that's a pretty good deal. So yeah, he'll work 6 months, on 6 months, off 6 months. I sold my 12-foot fishing kayak. Water is cold in the Northwest. Yeah, water is cold in the Northwest. Definitely cold in the Northwest. Yeah, Bigglesworth is hanging out there. He says something every once in a while. Oop. Not paying attention. Not paying attention. Reagan's over here twiddling his thumbs. Reagan's over here twiddling his thumbs. Reagan's over here twiddling his thumbs. Nah, I'm off today. What's up, Chris? You still at work? Well, that's a perfect day. Perfect day. I've been humming this song for several days, so it must have been on yesterday's stream. Or your day before stream. It's stuck in my head. What do they call that? A earwig? Where you get a song stuck in your head? All upon the shelf. I'm in Pokman shooting drones, getting bullied off sites by this harbinger. I can't believe you're letting them bully you. That is so wrong. I thought you didn't let anyone bully you. Now it's ruined my whole vision of you. If you ever fly with Biggles, be careful. He shoots purples. Yeah, I know. He is kind of a... He's an equal opportunity gunner. Sometimes that can be advantageous. He only shoots fleet mates. Yeah, we were just fleeting with him earlier. Luckily, he didn't shoot us, but somebody had suggested maybe he would. Next time I fall in love, I'll know better what to do. Next time I fall in love. Ooh. Stinky puppy, where is my Febreze? Dog, let it rip. There you go. Always blame it on the dog. Always blame it on the dog. I will know better why the next time I fall. Next time I fall. I can't take the Harbinger in this Caracol. I can try and get under its guns with the Crusader, though. There you go. Yeah, that's true. You were only in a Caracol. I didn't think a lower ranked ship was something that would limit you. Come on. All comes down to skill at that point. Just make him think that you're going to take him. Make him run. Give you the sight back. Range and speed. There you go. There you go. All about range and speed.
The asteroid is depleted.
All about range and speed. Man, these things are dropping like flies. Range and speed. So yeah, what else? Let me see if this tracking is updated on my EcoFlow. Nope, still hasn't been updated. Like I said, it'll probably arrive before the tracking updates. And I guess that's not so bad. They told me, they're like, oh yeah, the tracking won't update for 1 to 2 days. I thought it was gonna be back 1 to 2 days. I thought it was gonna be here 1 to 2 days. Rocks don't shoot back. Yeah, rocks don't shoot back. That they don't. That they don't. Which is probably why I'm successful at mining. If the rock shot back, I would probably be a failure at it too. So, the medium lasers on the Harbinger puts this effective range further than anything my Caracol can combat, unfortunately. Yep, it makes sense. Not known for their speed, especially the yeah, I never flew the Caracol much, to be honest. But I also don't do PvP, so So I kind of figured it was a PvP boat. And since it's fit with rapid lights to deal with drones, the engagement would be foolish. Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, you always got to have it equipped for whatever you're planning to go after. And that wasn't what you were planning to have to deal with, so I stand a better chance than an interceptor. Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, you don't want to throw away the caracol just for nothing. Just for principle. That ain't worth it. It's my go-to ship other than my Drake. Really? Yeah, see, I've never flown it. I shouldn't say I never flown it. I think it was one of the free ones they gave me in the beginning. Because this guy started as Caldari, and I think it was one of the free ones I got from some of the early missions. And that might have been the only time I flew it. I just brought up my Harbinger for level 3 missions. Yep. Yeah, the Harbinger's a nice one. I really like the Harbinger. I really like the Harbinger. Alright. So we're about done with this belt too. My goodness, you guys are killing it. 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 Ad break. My Caracal Navy issue has problems. Yeah, I don't think I have the Navy issue. Ooh. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know why I'm yawning. I didn't sleep as much this weekend as I normally do. Want me to come kill the Harby? There you go. Rocks drop as fast as I can put a lock on them. Yeah, that's what's happening here too. Yeah, there you go, Tank. Tank will come help you out, Biggie. Always helps to have a wingman. Always helps to have a wingman. Oh my lord. They're not kidding. Man, they're dropping fast. It's another Van Halen, I think. No. Yes. Yep, Bon Jovi, sorry. Bon Jovi. Long hairband, sorry. Confused him. Maybe later, bro. It's the same guy as the other night, so he will still be there later. I'm going to go shower and be back in a bit. Want to give him a fair fight, though. He's been watching me kill Jones the past 3 days. So he's just been watching you? Does he swoop in and take the site from you after you clear the drones? That sucks. Hell, I'll come and help you take him out if that's the case. I only have 3 ships out here, so I'm just taking it slow. That makes sense.
The asteroid is depleted.
Never end. Bon Jovi. Alright. So yeah, halfway. God, halfway. I've already had to empty my hold ones. You guys are tearing it up. Guys are tearing it up. Abigail, what are you doing? Man, we're almost done with this belt. Holy shit. Go get a big stick. Stand tall and carry a big stick. Together. Go get a big stick. Go get a big stick. Yeah, if you need to borrow some ships there, Bigglesworth, we probably have some. I don't think I have a Harby here, but I have a Megathron here. What else? No, that's not what I want. Mostly mining ships, but that is one I have here for when we need to do some combat stuff. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, rats.
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, you guys are tearing the rats up before I even get to them. I fly any Caldari ship up to Marauder and also specialize in small MR interceptors, frigates, and decies. Yeah. Alright, after I clear these, I'll go scout out the next belt. Seems like we went the wrong way. But we're still mining, so who cares? As Scimitar says, it all spends. It all spends. It all spends. Just fly it like you stole it. There you go. There you go. Fly it like you stole it. Oh my lord. I mean, you're not kidding, Scimitar. They're disappearing faster than I can target them. I just targeted that one. Alright. Alright, I'm going to fly to the next belt. Where are we at? 7.5. So let's go 7.6. I'll go scout it out.
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright, so no rats here. And there is some stuff. Oh, there's actually a massive scordite here, so this is the first one with massive scordite, so yeah, when you guys are ready, you can warp to Kragan. Or I can fleet warp when we're done. Scimitar, if you want to start shutting down, we're down to the last 3 asteroids. Hype's already over here.
asteroid is depleted.
All right. Compression's down. Looks like everybody... Oh, well, we still got a lot of drones out. Don't matter, fly it like you stole it. I think I'm also going to log for the night. No worries, Stabby Tabby, you're all good. We understand you guys are on the East Coast, so you're approaching midnight, so some of you got to get some sleep. Some of you actually still have to work for a living, so I apologize about that. I apologize about that. But yeah, if you guys got to cut out, don't worry about it. That's all good. Appreciate you guys being here. All right, I'm going to run out of room here in a second. Let's do it again. Yep. Yep. Night all, Stabby Tabby. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right, and my hull is full, so if you guys got your drones in, looks like you do. I'm going to go ahead and warp us. We'll leave these two here. Alright.
Warp drive active.
SeanWonderMan, good to see you, buddy. I think I got a couple of you. Here they come. Doesn't look like I got Scimitar, though. Sorry, Scimitar. Looks like I left you behind. I don't know why. There you are. Maybe you were just dragging behind. I don't know what song this is. Duran Duran. Ugh, I don't know why that's in here. Not a huge Duran Duran fan. I don't know how that one got in there. There we go. Brian Adams. I see ya. I see ya. I see ya. You fly a little bit slower, so that was probably why. So all the rich plague is gone from this one. But it has massive scordite, so I guess it's a trade-off. Alright, we're back in business. Appreciate you guys. Alright, Tank. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Man. Actually, I could go ahead. Kragan's only 788. Let's throw this out. All right. Cleaned Falstaff's holdout again, so that's always good. So what else? So we're actually pretty sunny today, though they're calling for rain this afternoon. Right after the stream ends, they're calling for rain when we go to the municipality, which is probably be fun. I think it poured down rain the last time we were there, to be honest. But yeah, never a dull moment. And it'll be fun. We'll be there for probably 2 hours for them to actually tell us absolutely nothing. Or more. 2 hours or more. To pretty much come back with, yeah, we can't give you the form. So that's the other thing. All we're trying to do is give them enough documentation for them to give us the form. For us to fill out the form and send it to Chicago. So. Which I'm kind of like, just give us the form. Doesn't make any sense. Peter Cetera. Oh, our love was meant to be. But yeah, we'll see. You can't get a form. That's it. Yeah, they won't give us the form until I give them enough documentation to prove I really am who I say I am. And now they're asking for documentation on my father. No. It's a form. It has to be stamped by them. So yeah. Yeah, it has to be stamped by them. It's some official form that the embassy needs. So yeah. Yeah, everything here in the Philippines has got to go through 19 channels to get anything accomplished. So the PSA is where the marriage certificate has my name wrong. And we can't just go to the PSA and fix it. We have to go to the municipality and have them file paperwork with the PSA to fix it. The problem is the PSA won't even fix it from the municipality. We have to go to the municipality, have them file paperwork, or have them give us the form that we file that goes to Chicago. So Chicago will fix it because Chicago's the one who screwed it up. And then Chicago will send it to PSA, and then PSA will send it back to Chicago, and then Chicago will call us and say, hey, your stuff is fixed. Go ahead and order a new copy. So, yeah, 6 to 8 months. So, yeah. Get that Hawaii ID that says McCloven. There you go. Yeah, you haven't thrown enough money at it yet. Yeah, that's the... So, it's funny you say that, Lego, because at one point I was like, what's this going to cost me? And they have a big sign in the municipality that says, no bribes, no bribes. So, yeah, so they are the one organization here in the Philippines that won't take a bribe. And I'm like, and of course, they're the one that has to give us the form. They're not even going to fill it out. They just have to give it to us. So we can fill it out. And yeah, it's like, but yeah, I was saying earlier, probably before you got on, it's not a fixer, but there is a company here in the Philippines that specializes on taking care of these kind of problems for foreigners. And so I've suggested reaching out to them. They've been recommended by one of the vloggers we watch. And my wife's like, let's try one more time to do it the right way. And I'm like, yeah, the right way is not going to work. Because, yeah, now they're asking for the birth certificate of my father so that they can prove I'm really named after my father. So that they can change my name on my marriage certificate here in the Philippines. And I'm like, okay, well, the birth certificate of my father is not going to show that he's a senior because when he was born, I wasn't. So he wasn't a senior. He was just Ronald A. Bond. And of course, they screwed up my middle name, so his middle name's got to be fully spelled out. So we checked his death certificate. His death certificate only says Ronald A. Bond. Yeah, it's been a nightmare. Ironically, my birth certificate has it spelled out both his name and my name, and they already have that. But they're claiming they need another document that has my father's name fully spelled out to prove that he's really my father and I'm really named after him, and that's my middle name. You know, not my passport, not my birth certificate, not my baptism certificate. You know, most of the time the senior doesn't go by senior. Right. And it's been a nightmare. So yeah, but that's what we're going to try today. We're going to go over there and talk to these people who are pretty full of themselves because they realize we need them. And so that gives them power. And so, which I'm not at all in the thing. Hit it with your purse, right? So, but yeah, so I've suggested contact. It's a consulting company, and they handle these kind of things. And so I've said, let's contact these guys and let them handle it. Let them fix it. And she's like, let's just try one more time. It's like going to Burger King and saying, I like a Whopper Senior and a Whopper Junior. Yeah, it's just a Whopper. There you go. Yeah. Well, and that's what they wanted, his birth certificate. And I pointed out to him, his birth certificate's not going to say senior. Because when he was born, I wasn't. He didn't become senior until I was born. Which ironically is my birth certificate, and you already have that. And it has his name on there. Has both our names fully spelled out. So I think that's the other thing. My wife's going to reiterate to him that they already have my birth certificate that shows his name fully spelled out, my name fully spelled out. Shouldn't be a problem. But I don't know why we got to lead them to the water. So take them some lunch, Big Mac and chicken nuggets. Yeah. They don't accept any gifts. Like I said, only place here in the Philippines that can't be bribed. And they got cameras everywhere to make sure you're not giving them gifts. And I'm like, well, that's what I said. How much is this going to cost me? Because for $20, I can usually get just about everything solved. So let me just spend the $20 and be done with it. And they're like, yeah, that doesn't work. They got signs all over the place that says, no corruption. And I'm like, what we probably need to do is we probably need to meet the guy outside, take him to dinner or something. But yeah, the manager, he's never there. And that's the one we always have to talk to. And they have no idea how to fix this. And Chicago is like, yeah, this is a common problem. We fix this all the time. Just get the form from them, fill it out, send it to us. And they will not give us the form because we have to prove to them that everything we're saying is correct. And that we need the form. It's a power thing. Yeah, it's just a power thing. Don't give it to them. Just set it there so they can pick it up. There you go. Yeah. Just leave it sitting on a chair, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. When my wife, she got her appointment for the embassy when she was trying to get her visa to come to America as a fiance, and when she got her appointment, it was the Monday after Easter. So here in the Philippines, the week of Easter is called Holy Week, and it's a national holiday. The whole country shuts down for the whole week. And so she had a form that she needed to get. And she was not able to get it because of Holy Week. And so I told her, when we started the whole process, I'm like, I'm not doing this corruption thing. We're going to do it by the book. We're going to get it all taken care of. And she says, no, I agree 100%. And so sure enough, here we are 2 weeks from her appointment. She got her appointment and it's literally in 2 weeks. And they mentioned a requirement that she didn't have. And so she's like, okay, well, I need this. And, I went to the place and they said they won't give it to me because Holy Week, it's going to take a month for me to get it. And so I said, okay, how much? And she said, what do you mean? And I said, how much for them to, since I know it doesn't take a month, they just got to print it. I said, so how much for them to print it in 1 day instead of a month? And it was, $20. And so So yeah, I sent her the money. She went and paid them. And she had her form in 1 day, where they told her it was going to take a month. And she made, because that was the other thing. If she didn't get that form, she would have had to miss the appointment, which means we'd have had to wait another 6 months for another appointment at the embassy. And so it was like, yeah. But yeah, it was just, it's just amazing the amount of paperwork here. They just, everything. In this case, it wasn't even our screw up. The form says last name, what, I don't know, whatever they call the junior. It says last name, whatever they call the junior, first name, mother's maiden name. And that's what I filled out. Now they won't give me my permanent residency because they say, oh, well, that doesn't match your passport. And I'm like, well, of course it doesn't match my passport because you said put mother's maiden name. And we don't do that in America. I'm not American. And I told the guy at the Chicago embassy, that's not my name. He said, nope, we need it filled out the way it says. You need to fill it out this way. And I said, I know it's going to be a problem. Here it is. That was in 2010. So here it is 15 years later. And it is a problem. But not a damn thing I can do about it. So, and like I said, Chicago, we called them. They're like, oh yeah, we can fix this. This is very common. Obviously, they screw it up all the time. But yeah, we just need them to send us, they need them to give you the form so you can fill it out to send us so that we can start the process to get this fixed. And they won't give us the form. So yeah, I'm just, and it's always one of those where I always gotta stay cool, stay calm. Getting angry does not solve anything. That makes it way worse. But it's just such minutia. I love it here. I'm going to preface it with that. But it's one of those where that's one of the problems with them being 50 years behind America is some of these minutia things haven't been worked out because eventually even the government realizes this isn't really helping anybody and it's not helping us. It's really not giving us any power. It's really just some kind of loophole where, some kind of hoop we make them jump through for no benefit to anybody. So let's eliminate it. And then, but yeah. Or, like you said, let them print the form off of the internet for crying out loud. Who cares if they have the form, right? Yeah, not here. You got to prove to us you really need the form. Like, what can I do with this form? It's a correction form. It's ridiculous. But yeah. But it's funny, my father's death certificate, so I contacted my siblings. I have 8 brothers and sisters. And I contacted my siblings to see if any of them had any documentation, his marriage certificate to my stepmom, his death certificate, anything, that has his name fully spelled out. And they were able to provide me his death certificate, which does not have his name fully spelled out. And is also handwritten, which the Philippines will not consider a legal document. Because handwritten documents are not official. Which I'm like, well, this is the death certificate we have for him, so I'm pretty sure it is official. But yeah. So yeah, it's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. But I still do love it here. I think that's one of the things. It's so relaxing here because nobody gets excited about anything, including this. It's just, yep, this is just the way it works. Just hang on and bear with it. And eventually it will get resolved. You just got to be patient. Because eventually someone will give me the form. Or like I said, or we'll pay this consulting company to take care of it for us. Which is, like I said, if this doesn't work today and they don't give us the form, we're just going to go to we're going to go to them and say, look, here's what we need, and how much is it going to cost me? Because it's going to cost me, but it'll probably be worth it so I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, these guys, you can pay them to do anything. They'll go and get your visa stamp. They'll do all kinds of stuff. You know, it's so you don't have to stand in line, which is funny because it's my visa. I have to prove that I'm, you know, here and I'm still alive and all that. But if you pay somebody enough, they can go and get it done for you. So you don't have to stand in line for 4 hours. So yeah. And I'm sure it was like that way. It was that way in America probably 50 years ago.
The asteroid is depleted.
You got what she wanted. But yeah, it's kind of... It is frustrating. But, you know, better than the alternatives. There's Abigail. There's Abigail. What are you doing, kiddo? Did mommy take you to give you your medicine? Yeah, it's about that time. It's about that time. But yeah, that's what I said to him. I said, how much is this going to cost me? You know, what do I got to pay? Just tell me what I got to pay, and I'll pay it. And that's when they pointed out the signs to me. Like, yeah, this is the one place where you can't bribe them. I'm like, really? The one place we can't bribe them is the one place I need? I mean, what's the chance of that?
The asteroid is depleted.
What's the chance of that? What's the chance of that? Man, we're killing it. She's hot and soul. Huey Lewis. And the news. Don't forget the news. Don't forget the news. Abigail, what are you doing? Come here. Hey. Abigail. Babies. Come here. Doing? Come here. Come here. Oh my goodness gracious. What are you doing? How come you don't want to come to your daddy? You don't want to come to your daddy? You don't want to come to your daddy? Huh? How come? I know. It's your days, baby. Sure. Sure. Say hi. That's exactly why they're flexing. Yep. Yeah, it's the only power they have, so that's why they're like, all right, well, the only thing we can do is keep you from getting this form, so we're going to keep you from getting this form for as long as we can, and if you don't follow our instructions, then too bad. So, yeah. You okay? Yeah, I know. Daddy did not give a cookie. Yeah, mommy gave her medicine. She gets some medicine at lunchtime, and maybe she didn't get her cookie. Yes, I love you too. Mwah. Such a sweetheart. Yes. That's an antisocial sweetheart, but you're still such a sweetheart. Yes. You're hot. Yeah, you're hot. You go sit down there. Sun's actually out today, but it is supposed to rain here right after the stream. Thunderstorms, which is kind of common here for rainy season, so not unusual. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the only thing they can do. So they're doing it just because it's the only power they have. And that's why these kind of consulting companies make so much money, is because there are so many of these things kind of happening that it's like, People will pay whatever it costs to not have to deal with this crap. And so, until eventually you get to where they realize, okay, they're paying other people to get away from this, so why don't we just fix it so they don't have to do that? So, which is what America eventually did. Now, don't get me wrong, we still got a lot of paperwork. But I mean, it was amazing what we had to go through to get a driver's license here. It was like, but ironically, the one thing they didn't do was give us a test. No driving test. But we did have to provide birth certificates for our parents and our grandparents and our children and our, you know, none of which has anything to do with a driver's license. I had to tell them what race I was. They wouldn't give me a driver's license until I told them what race I was, as if that wasn't obvious. They're like, oh yeah, well, it's got to be filled out. Like, come on. But yeah. But yeah. Sorry, Seth. I saw up there you put of course. I wasn't sure what the of course was for, but yeah.
The asteroid
It is still a fabulous country, and I'm loving it here. But I could definitely deal without the bureaucracy. But that's just the way I guess it works. That's just the way it works. You want to get things done here, you got to do that. Yeah, one of the things I thought about was opening up my own consulting company and making all the necessary contacts to get stuff done on a quick basis. But so far, I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure I want to deal with that. That's crazy. All you foreigners look alike. Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that, because my wife, the first time I was here, 2007, 2006, I think. Yeah, the first time I was here in 2006, she pointed at the first white guy we ran into in Manila, and she said, look, one of your countrymen. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure he's Australian. And the second one, she said, oh, there's another one. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure he's German. She was like, how can you tell? Like, but of course, when I point out an Asian to her, I say, oh, look, is that someone, is that a Filipina? No. She's from Thailand. I'm like, yeah, I can't tell. They're just Asian to me. And so I said, yeah, it's kind of the same way you can tell Asians apart, you know? Plus, I said, as soon as you hear them talk, it's pretty obvious where they're from. If he speaks German, he could be from America, but most likely not. And the other one, the Australian accent is very, very unique. So I was like, yeah, that's Australian. She said, well, he's white. It's like, yeah. Yes, he is. He is paler than the majority of the people here. That is correct. Open a Tex-Mex, give them fajitas and margaritas. There you go. Actually, you know, that's not a bad idea. The problem is in restaurant business, that's 24/7, 365. I mean, even if you have like one day that you're closed every week, that's still, there's no vacations. There's no, like, we're retired. My wife talked about, you know, doing something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I want you to be retired. I want you to enjoy it. If you're, you know, restaurant business, you can make a lot of money, but you're working your rear end off. That's a lot of cooking. And yeah, there are like no Mexican restaurants here, at least in San Juan, Batangas, there are none. And so I think it would probably be something that would do really well. But yeah, what was it? Several of the Chinese restaurants we had in Kansas City were run by, Iranians. So, you don't have to be Mexican to have a Mexican restaurant, right? Nationality doesn't play into it. As long as the food tastes good, nobody cares. So yeah. But yeah, that's what we were talking about yesterday. We were like, I could really go for a taco. Because in America, you can always get a taco, no matter where you go, especially in Kansas City. But yeah, and here I cannot get a taco to save my rear end. Or a fajita or a burrito. So yeah. So those are the kind of things it's like, man, I wish. And then sandwiches. We talked about that earlier. They don't do sandwiches here. So closest Subway's 2 hours away. So yeah, and even then, the Subway, they have ham and cheese. That's it. And the cheese is not cheese like we have. The cheese they have, it melts. And it doesn't melt in a good way where it melts over and it kind of coats it, like when you fry a hamburger and you put cheese on it to melt it on there. No, it melts and it disappears. Which I'm like, that's not cheese. Cheese shouldn't disappear. And she's like, well, it's hot here, so it doesn't last. And I'm like, Philly cheesesteak will blow their minds. Exactly. Now they do have Cheese Whiz, which is funny. Which is, I think, is what they're doing for these ham and cheese. They're putting Cheese Whiz on it. And then when it's so hot and humid that the Cheese Whiz kind of dissolves. But yeah, it's funny because it's like, what the hell? So yeah, I always have to get ham and cheese. That's my fix on sandwiches. So yeah. It's even hard to get a good hamburger here. So the McDonald's doesn't taste the same as in America. The KFC, as I've said before on the stream, tastes identical to America. I love the chicken. The chicken tastes exactly the same. I don't know how they do it. It's obviously some secret recipe that every KFC around the world uses because they taste exactly the same. Mashed potatoes don't, but the chicken tastes exactly the same, which is kind of nice. So, the McDonald's doesn't taste the same. And actually trying to get a hamburger at McDonald's is a little difficult. So, they're almost always out of stock. But they always have chicken and rice, which of course we don't have chicken and rice at McDonald's in America. So, but here every fast food place has chicken and rice. I think that's Bon Jovi, right? Yep. Ooh. Yeah. I see Scimitar said something about the Cycle Bs, the Type B crystals. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to get some blueprints for the Type Bs and stop using the Type As. Somebody did say it lowers the cycle time, which would be nice.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, I bought the Type A's because I couldn't figure out what the difference was. And then it became one of those where it's like, yeah, maybe I should have did that differently. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? But yeah, Philly cheesesteak. Calling in tonight. Have a great day. Good luck with the form. Thanks, Lego. I'll let you guys know tomorrow how it goes. We'll see if my hair's grayer. Or if I rip it out. Biting my tongue. Like I said, I'm fully expecting we're gonna waste 2 to 3 hours and not have the form, and then I'm just gonna say, oh, we're gonna contact this other company and do it through them. Because I'm sure they'll get it done for a price. But at this point, yeah, it's worth it. But yeah, thanks, Lego. Appreciate it. If there is very little and want to get it, all you can type A. Then belts are in abundance, type B. Yeah. Yeah, well, anything that lowers the cycle time is always positive. Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. But yeah. Yeah, so I'll get some blueprints for the Type Bs. Probably bring them out here, because it's easier to build them out here when I need them rather than I build them in Venolin and then I gotta ship them all the way out here, which is always a pain because I always forget. Right after I make the 13 jump trip and be like, if only they let me carry something with my jump clone, you know? Kind of like the Star Trek teleporters, you know, I can, whatever I'm carrying, it teleports me down with. So, you know, if I could carry some crystals, that would do it, so. But yeah, it doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Roxette. That's one sneaked in there. This one's pretty good. I like this one. So yeah, we'll see how that goes today. Like I said, I expect to be disappointed, but we'll see. Maybe. Yeah, they want something that shows my father's full name so that they can prove that that's really what my name is. And I said, well, my passport proves that's what my name is. My birth certificate proves that's what my name is. My baptism certificate proves that's what my name is. They asked for all those things, and I gave them all those things. But I think my wife didn't point out to them that on my birth certificate, my father's name is fully spelled out as well. And so that should be good enough. But we do have at least one other document that is not official in any way, shape, or form. Some bulletin. My father was a Mason. And a bulletin from the Masons, one of the Masonry meetings, has his death announcement in it, fully spelled out. And so we're going to take that as well. But like I said, as I told her, I'm like, my father has absolutely nothing to do with my marriage certificate. She's like, well, it's your name that's wrong. Yes, my name, which my passport proves, my birth certificate proves, my baptism certificate proves, which they asked for all those, and we gave it to them. My driver's license proves both my Kansas and my Filipino driver's license. So, yeah, well, now they want to prove that your dad's name is really the same as yours, that you're really named after your father. Why? What does that have to do with any of this? Nothing. They're just doing it because they can. Because you guys let them get away with it. All we need them to do is give us the damn form. Stamp it. Say that it was officially given by the municipality. I'm like, oh Lord. So yeah, so we'll see. But it is what you got to go through. It is what you got to go through. It can't all be sunshine and daffodils, so you know. But it's all good. Like I said, even with that, I'm still loving every minute here in the Philippines. So I will eventually become a permanent resident. I may have to renew my 1-year visa because we're not going to get it done in a year, since this whole process, supposedly sending it to Chicago and having Chicago do their part, and yeah, that's the thing. We haven't even started, and that's supposed to take 6 to 8 months. So I will have to renew my visa, which is kind of a pain, but even that's not that big a deal. So, ironically though, when I go to renew my visa, they're going to look at the marriage certificate, which is wrong. So, luckily, the guy that gave me the year visa at the airport didn't look at it, or I probably would have been in trouble. But, or it didn't, actually, yeah, he didn't look at it at all. But I was saying, yeah, he didn't look at it. So, yeah. But if he had looked at it, maybe he wouldn't have noticed it. So, I don't know. It is the very first line on the marriage certificate. Though actually, I think we can explain it, because we filled it out the way it said to fill it out. It doesn't say middle name. It says mother's maiden name. And that's what we filled out. That's what the Chicago embassy told us. You got to fill it out what it says. I said, but that's not my name. They're like, that's not what they're asking for. They're asking for your mother's maiden name. Okay. Well, now they're treating it like that's my name, and that's why they're not giving me my permanent residency. Why I can't fill out the paperwork to apply for permanent residency? Because my marriage certificate doesn't match my passport. I'm like, because we followed the directions. But yeah, never a dull moment. But it's all good. It's all good. This too, that's my new saying. This too shall pass. It takes me 6-8 months. Oh well. I ain't got nothing better to do. So. And like I said, if we don't get the form today, we'll just go through the other one, which will probably be less. Probably won't take as long, but it'll cost me a lot more, so. But yeah, I'm hoping that that they update the tracking on my package here, since this portable power station, so I can figure out when I'm going to get it, because that's going to be a game changer. I'm looking forward to that. It's the APC one that I have here. APC one works really well. It just only works for 10 minutes, so. But I'm going to put it on the Starlink, because I think it'll last longer than the one I have on the Starlink. The one I have on the Starlink now is just like a lawnmower battery, and it lasts about an hour if we lose power. So that's kind of good. So what I'll do is I'll put this one on there, because that'll probably last longer. And then I'll move that one to something else. So. But yeah. So yep, just an upgrade. No problem. But yeah, it did run me almost $1,000 US for this power station one. So not a cheap solution, but well worth it. Well worth it when it comes to the power. And it will be something that we'll still be able to use once we move, or once we build the house, because it is something we can use as a portable. So if we go to the beach, we can take it with us, things of that nature, you know, which is kind of nice. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I was afraid I was getting scammed, because I reached out to a company on Facebook, which I thought was the one that I bought it from, and And they were like, yeah, that's not our company. And I'm like, it's got the exact same name as you. And they were like, yeah, that's not us. And so I said, so did I get scammed? Because this was, you know, $850. and they said, no, it's a legitimate company. It's just not us. And I'm like, okay. You keep it up, your whole house will be on batteries. Yep. Yeah, and this one comes with a free solar panel, so they include a solar panel with it, which you can use to actually charge it, which is kind of cool. So that's a nice easy one. I can put it out the window. I've got a roof in the back that is over our dirty kitchen that gets sun 90% of the day, and a roof here in the front that gets sun probably about 40-50% of the day. So during stream time, this one's getting the sun, and then it goes over top. And so yeah, so it's one of those where it's kind of should be something that I can figure out a way to even stretch that 2 hours if I needed to. So. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Wife wasn't super excited about paying for it, but it is a requirement here given the constant power outages. So, Drachenhort, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
The asteroid is depleted.
My God, I just had 4 targeted. Where the hell did they go? Ugh. But yeah, Drachenhort, good to see ya. We were talking about, I just purchased a portable power station, which is 5,000, I don't know. It should last. It should keep the computer running for between 1.5 and 2 hours. So pretty excited. Just got to wait for it to get shipped here. And I'm also not sure if it'll get shipped all the way to my house or if they'll ship it halfway and then call me to come pick it up, which is kind of common here. So, because if it's too heavy to carry on a motorbike, then they won't. They'll make you come pick it up. This one I don't think is really that big of a problem, so they should be able to deliver it. It's not a huge power station. It's just quite a bit bigger than the one I already had delivered, so the battery backup I had delivered. This one's actually a rechargeable. You can charge it from solar panels. You can charge it from the electric. It's got multiple avenues, so pretty excited. But yeah, once I get it, we'll give it a try. Make sure it works out the way we planned, and then that should make it so we don't have to worry about any power outages interrupting the stream. Knock on wood, that hasn't happened in a while, but yeah, now that I've said it, it probably will happen. So, but yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out right at about 1:30 today because the wife she gets very antsy when she's got plans, and I go even 5 minutes over. God bless her. God bless her. And it's funny because even when I'm on time and I'm not causing them to be late, we never get out of here at the time she wants. Anyway, so it's kind of a moot point, but it can't be my fault. So, can't be my fault. So. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Lord. I mean, where the hell are they going? Once we start getting down to the nitty-gritty, you guys, it's killing it. They're dropping faster than I can mine, than I can target. But yeah, we got a good group out here mining tonight. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining us for our weekly mining event. We do this every week. Oops, sorry, ads are on. Ooh. Straight from the heart. Straight from the heart. I can dig one more star. All that I know. All that I know. I've been straight from the heart. I think is this Brian Adams? No. Yep, Brian Adams. Sorry again, YouTube. You're getting all the commentary on the music, but none of the music. Sorry about that. We can thank YouTube for that. So YouTube doesn't allow me to stream the music, even though I am paying to stream it. I pay for it, so, but they don't allow me to stream it unless it's live. So Twitch has the same rules. So I do not have the music in the video on demand. So, which is what gets uploaded to YouTube. So sorry about that. But we are rocking the 80s and 90s music. So when are you gonna try a deep flow riff? That's a good question. You know what? Maybe we try that tomorrow, Al. You just gotta let me know what I need so I can get it ready. We got the mining event today, so tomorrow is always when Tuesday and Wednesday are always kind of like, what are we gonna do? You know. So yeah, maybe we do something along those lines. That'd be a good one to show people how they can make some money. I always like making money, so money is never a problem. Holy mackerel.
Asteroid is depleted.
That's the other problem with multi-boxing is once we start getting down to the dregs on these seriously?
The asteroid is depleted.
Once we get down to the dregs on these, it's so hard to keep stuff targeted. Never gonna give you up. Okay, course finding them is a thing. Yeah, I bet. That's always part of the deal, right? Trying to track them down. Any other guy. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna rile a lie and hurt you. Oh, come on. Not even telling me when they're disappearing. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. This is the fit I use. What's that fit for? Al? Or maybe you put it in the wrong channel. Yeah, that's a Synesis, so that's a scanning ship.
Asteroid is depleted.
Oh, come on.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. So I'm going to send Craig into the next one. Oh, wait. He's still working on some. Why don't I see those? That's weird. No, he's actually got quite a bit left. Yeah, we got less than 10 left. Less than 10 left. Oh. Scimitar, if you're good, we'll probably start another belt. I don't want to assume you were, but let me know. Yeah, that's a Synesis. I saw that. I just wasn't sure what you used it for. He was talking about mining crystals, and then you threw out a scanning ship, so that's what I wasn't sure. Okay, cool, Scimitar, no problem. Once I get rid of, I was gonna say, once I get rid of this scordite, I will go clear. I'll go check out the next belt. There it is. It's all gone, just like that. So I'm going to 7-7. That'll be our next one. 7 and 7. That used to be my drink. Seagram 7 and 7 Up. Well. Have an extra fitted Synesis if you want to try it. Yeah. Yeah, I used either the Helios or the why can't I think of it? The special Sisters of Eve ship, Astero. They give a lot of bonuses to scanning, so. Alright, now they finally got close enough. So yeah, there's one rat here, but nothing really to worry about. So there's Rich Plague and Massive Scordite, so that's good. Rats are cleared. Baby, always. Holy cow, we're down to two 2 asteroids. Correction, 1.
The asteroid is depleted.
Correction, 1. Oh, correction, none.
The asteroid
All right.
is depleted.
Pull in your drones, and I'll warp us to Kragan. Actually, Scimitar, go ahead and shut your stuff down, because I don't want to warp without you. You're like the ringleader. Why are these so far apart? I love you, baby, always. So yeah, Scimitar, just let me know when you're all shut down. Anybody that wants to warp ahead of time, go ahead and warp to Kragan. "30 seconds, no worries. All good." Bum, bum, bum. All right, here we go.
Warp drive active.
See you there. I use this fit because of cargo capacity during events. I'd run 25 to 30 rifts. There you go. Oh, that's the rift one you're using. Okay, cool. Cool. Now I understand. Okay, yeah, let me save that one. That's the rift one you're using. Okay, now I'm with you. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. So hold tight, baby, hold tight. And any way you want it, that's the way you need it, any way you want it. All right. We're all here. All every night. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it, any way you want it. That's the way you need it, any way you want it. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. Seamless transition from one belt to the next. 2-second align makes it good for low sec 2. Though I don't go there often. Understood. Okay, so that's the one you use for the riffs. Gotcha. Now I'm on board. I didn't realize that was for the rift one. Sorry. I did save it. So yeah, I'll check it out. I think I have a Synesis here, to be honest. I think Kragan's got one. Let's see. Yep. He's got one here in Eufine. So yep. Alright, they're all targeted. Alright. Shoulders itching. This is a t-shirt from Ensenada, Mexico, when we took our cruise. It stopped in Ensenada on the way back from Hawaii, I think it was. Just so they could say they couldn't go from Hawaii to LA directly. They had to stop somewhere else because of some rule with cruises. And so they stopped in Ensenada for one day and then went to LA and drop us off. Which I thought was kind of funny.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, man, that sucks. 600. That's it. Oh, can't compress. Uh-oh. Did you run out of fuel, Scimitar? There it goes. There it goes. Compression on. Thank you, sir. I thought maybe you ran out of fuel. We've been going for quite a while, so. Ship did not want to stop. I know that feeling. I know when it's love. Good song. Good song. Good song. Good song. Got plenty of fuel. Okay, cool. I know after 3 or 4 hours, usually we start getting the tank low, so. Ooh. How do I know if it's love? Van Halen. I didn't realize it was Van Halen. Thought I would have recognized that. I came out with a few gas cans. There you go. That's what I always do. I fill up my fuel tank and then I fill up the fleet bay as well. So then that way if I need it, I got it. Yeah, because it's such a pain to shut everything down, fly back there, pick it up, fly back out. Yeah, it's not telling me when the asteroids are disappearing. I don't know why. When it's love. Yeah. So what else? What do we got planned? So August. So my granddaughter's birthday is today. So yeah, that's kind of nice. I was thinking it was Tuesday, but it's actually Monday. So yeah, so yeah, she turns 15 today. So that's kind of nice. So happy birthday to her. I actually talked to her over the weekend so that I could tell her early happy birthday. So, and they're in New Mexico. So yeah, so that's like a 14-hour difference. So hard to get time to talk with them because it's got to be either late their time, really late their time, or really late my time, one or the other, or really early their time. So yeah. Yeah, because I think 8 a.m. here is 10 p.m. there. Is that right? No. 8 a.m. here is 6 p.m. there, which they're not available. Yeah, she works till 6. So yeah, 10 a.m. here is 8 p.m. there. So yeah.
The asteroid is depleted.
So yeah, so always interesting trying to get the time frame down. So it's funny. I used to always complain how my wife's family would always screw up the time and call her in the middle of the night all the time. And now I'm screwing it up left and right. So yeah, kind of funny how that works, right? Now I'm on the other side of the world. I can't do math anymore. So yeah. But it used to always be the opposite way. So now I'm having to relearn it. Because they were always ahead of us. So they're behind us, and it's flipped on the other side. And then of course once daylight savings time happens, that throws it all on its ear, changes everything by an extra hour. So yeah, so yeah, up until Halloween, and then daylight savings time will happen. Like, what the heck? I was really hoping they'd get rid of daylight savings time, but they haven't done that yet.
Is depleted.
Somebody obviously is making money off of it, so that's why they keep it going. Though I don't know exactly how. But somebody's got to be. Carry on. Lost in love. We still have it too. Yep. Yeah, they don't do it here. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny how they still do it. But there's certain places like East St. Louis in Missouri, well, actually in Illinois, they don't recognize it. So, that's got to be complicated if you work in East St. Louis but live in St. Louis, which is in Missouri. East St. Louis is in Illinois. So St. Louis is the same as Kansas City. It spans the state line. So you got St. Louis, Illinois, and St. Louis, Missouri. In Kansas City, you got Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. And so, but yeah, St. Louis, Illinois does recognize daylight saving time, but you go another mile outside of that, further east, and East St. Louis, Illinois does not recognize daylight savings time. And so I'm like, yeah, that's got to be a nightmare if you work in one and live in the other. And I think there's a place in Iowa that doesn't recognize it. I think someplace in Michigan. But yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny how there's a lot of places that don't recognize it, but I need to figure out how to get in on that. I don't want to recognize it. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Lost in love. Yeah, you guys even get singing here. I mean, you're really getting full entertainment factor here. Full entertainment factor. Or exact opposite, full torture factor. Full torture factor. My good God, that boy can't sing. Please tell him to stop singing. Please make him stop. Make him stop. He's butchering it. It always cracks me up. My wife never knows the words, so she always sings different words. And I just kind of look at her like, she doesn't sing bad, but she doesn't sing the right words. And I look at her like, that was the first thing when the internet came out, was I used it to look up lyrics for songs, for crying out loud, you know? To see how many of them I was singing wrong all these years, you know? But yeah, it was kind of funny. She doesn't even care. Doesn't care. She's gonna sing whatever words she thinks they are regardless. My dog is singing with you. There you go. Ooh. Actually, I better watch it. Abigail's liable to start barking. My dog is singing with you. Yeah, yeah. Don't quit your day job. Yeah, don't quit your day job. Yeah, I love to sing. I can't sing worth a damn, but I love to sing. So, I don't have a dog. There you go. Don't have a dog. Yeah. I went for many, many years without one because I couldn't deal with the loss. And unfortunately, when the wife talked me into getting another dog, it had been, I think, almost 15 years since I had one. I was like, do we really want to do this? And they bring a lot of joy. I love them dearly, but yeah, when you lose one, that's hard. Very hard. Very hard. Very hard. Holy cow. I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? Oh. But yeah, when we lost Benedict, that was super hard because he was also so young. But man, and the timing, we were just getting ready to move here. But yeah, that's rough. They become part of the family. Oh. No, it's a different one. I thought it was Invisible Touch. But this is Genesis. That's why it sounded like Invisible Touch. Thanks for the buffs. Have a good day. No worries, Hype. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next week if you want. You're always welcome. Into the night. Many people. Too many people having too many problems.
Thank you.
Thanks for the follow, Mint Gorilla. Appreciate you. Land of Confusion. That's it. Yeah, this is a remastered version. It said all I saw was remastered. I didn't see the title. Hands we're dealing. This we're fighting for. Yeah, I'm singing the wrong words now. I was just bad mouthing her. Superman, where are you now? This is a place love to go round. Can't you see this is the land of confusion? It's the world we live in. These are the hands we're given. Well, let's start buying. Make it a place worth living in. Good song. Good song. Unfortunately, that never really took off. We were talking about cultural things earlier. And the cultural thing of them trying to teach morality through songs never really took off. Trying to make people, you know, reflect and do things better and not destroy the planet and that kind of stuff. You had We Are the World, and that was pretty good, and it was moving, but I don't know that it really made a big difference. They raised some money, but in the big scheme of things, I don't think it really changed much. And I may be wrong. But yeah, it was pretty inspirational. But we're still, you know, we're still destroying the planet, so yeah, it didn't really solve that. And you got the, what was that, is it not Billy Joel? We didn't start the fire. Visit the park after Earth Day Fest. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That's a perfect one, Skimitar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You think the Earth Day people of all points would at least make sure to throw their trash away, right? Right. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I know we went through an era there in the 80s and 90s where they were trying to get people to reflect on their lives and make changes, and I don't think it really worked. The songs were inspirational and they were all cool and all that, but I don't know that it actually accomplished what they were shooting for, so. But yeah. Best laid plans. Best laid plans. Best laid plans. Best laid plans. Visit the park after Earth Day Fest. That's awesome, Skimitar. I didn't even think of that one, but that's a perfect example. Perfect example. Citizens against garbage. And they have their national rally. Places covered in trash.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. That is a perfect example. Perfect example. Can't you see you belong to me? Yeah, nowadays you can't sing that. Can't sing You Belong to Me. That ain't no. If you like it, you better put a ring on it. Beyonce. I've been watching the Trump meme music parody videos on YouTube. So funny. Yeah, I'll have to check those out. I haven't seen them yet.
Is depleted.
Oh my lord. Everything I had targeted just disappeared. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, I'll have to check those out, Al. I'm sure they are probably pretty funny. I always enjoy stuff like that. I saw a couple of them, I think, where they had him, like the Dukes of Hazzard. They had him in the Dukes of Hazzard stuff. And that was pretty good. But yeah. But yeah. Now, the ones that I'm getting such a kick out of, and I don't know, this may just be me, but are the baby ones where they're taking sitcoms like Seinfeld and Friends and Big Bang, and they're changing the actors to babies and having the babies, you know, using the AI, having the babies do the scene as the actors. I laughed my rear end off on those. I don't know why. It's just hysterical. And my wife is kind of like, that's stupid. And I'm like, oh no, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then the other one I've seen on Facebook is they have the workers, the construction workers, and they've made them into babies. And how they're complaining about their normal day-to-day stuff and how they're drinking and all this stuff, and showing that coming out of the mouth of a baby. It's hysterical, just hysterical. And so yeah, I've been getting such a kick out of those. So a lot of political ones too with the babies. Yeah, there's a lot of political ones with the babies too. First time seeing the Trunk Monkey ads, I cried. So I don't know those ones. Trunk Monkey, I'll have to look that one up. Trunk Monkey, I'm gonna write that one down. Yeah, I never heard of that one. Maybe I'll recognize it once I look it up. Trunk Monkey. Yeah. I'll have to check those out. But yeah. Yeah, those baby. Yeah, a lot of the political ones with the babies as well. And just hysterical. Just hysterical. Yeah, they got the four leaders of the world. They got Putin as a baby, and they've got Kim Jong-il as a baby, and Trump as a baby, and somebody else as a baby sitting around telling dad jokes. And oh, just so hysterical. So hysterical. Seeing them laugh as a baby. That just cracks me up. I don't care who you are. That's funny. If that's what they're going to use, AI for, I'm perfectly fine with it. That I can live with. The Bigfoot vlog. Yeah, I watched the Bigfoot vlog. One of you guys suggested that one. And that was pretty hysterical. Oh my God, that was so funny. Oh my God, that was so funny. Yeah, he's like the Yeti from the valley over is trying to swat me. He called SWAT out on me. Oh, I haven't laughed so hard. That was hysterical. Yeah, all that booger sugar. I went and I took a big dump on his bed. And then I slept with his sister. Oh, those are hysterical. Those are just hysterical. Yeah. But yeah, those are hysterical. Yeah, those that were, one of you guys suggested those, and I did catch those, and they were hysterical. I really enjoyed those. Really enjoyed those. But once again, I tried to get my wife to watch it, and she wouldn't watch it. She's like, "This is dumb." I'm like, no, it's not. This is hysterical. I mean, it's Bigfoot. This is kind of the problem Bigfoot would have to deal with. But yeah, she doesn't get it. She likes action. She's definitely an action lady. It's all action. Doesn't even matter if it's bad action. She likes action. If it's unrealistic action, doesn't matter. She likes action. We watched, not this past weekend, but the weekend before, when we signed up for Peacock. They had all the John Wicks, and so we watched them beginning to end. That was our weekend binge, and that's her kind of stuff. She likes the action, no matter how unbelievable. She likes the action. She won't watch any comedies. I love comedies. I may have to make a new tune and name it Booger Sugar. Saw him time trip to the wall, Game of Thrones. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I'll have to look at that one. Yeah, I'll have to look at that one. Yeah, I watched 3 or 4 of them and I was laughing so hard I had tears. I was like, "Oh my god, this is hysterical." But yeah, oh, those were funny. Those were funny. I can't imagine what it takes to make one of those.
Asteroid is depleted.
Since that's all kind of, you know, AI generated.
Asteroid is depleted.
But that is awesome. It's like, she's got the look. She's got the look. Oh. I don't know if we're going to finish this one, but we might. We got, what, another 20 minutes or so? They are dropping like flies. But yeah, name another tune, Booger Sugar. Yeah, that one. Oh my god, that is just so funny. Just so funny. I don't care who you are, that's funny. And seeing the little babies. I mean, obviously, they're doing so many of them that there must be other people that feel the same as me, because they're doing a lot of them. But yeah, it's kind of funny, because it's like, I would have never thought of doing that with AI. Hey, can you do Kim Jong-il as a baby? You know, what's the chance of pulling that off? You know? I'm not sure who comes up with them. Van Halen. This is an old Van Halen. I don't remember this one. I must have just added all of their songs to my playlist. Yeah, this one's not one I remember. Okay, Abigail. It definitely sounds like them, though. Booger Sugar. That's awesome. Yeah, I may have to watch some of those Bigfoot ones today, because that was just, oh my god, they were so funny. Yeah, those ones were funny. I'd be curious to see how he actually makes them. Because I'm sure it's probably just him running around talking, and then he uses the AI to make it look like Bigfoot. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Because that's actually modifying the video. So yeah, I don't know. I'm clueless when it comes to AI. You know, the most I could do is ask the ChatGPT some stupid questions.
The asteroid is depleted.
That's the gist of my AI. Oh. I think we're ending right at the right moment. I feel like I'm going to have to use the bathroom here in about 20 minutes. 10 to 20 minutes. Coffee went through me. Coffee went through me. So yeah, so maybe we'll see tomorrow, Al, about doing those. If we can find one, we'll do some checking on that. I'm open. Giving stuff a try, see what's going on. Maybe we get a few others involved. I don't know if those are ones. I know there was one that I did. I can't remember what that was. Starts with an A. But yeah, they you needed to have 5 people in the group in order for it to be profitable. I can't remember which one that was, but
The asteroid is depleted.
crap. Why can't I think of it? Abyssal. Yeah, so there was one where it was like, yeah, in order for it to be really profitable, you had to have 5 people.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, so yeah, going to stay. Coffee working on you. There you go. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got enough time until the stream's over, so. But yeah, the other day she got super pissed at me because I think I went like 5 minutes over and we had plans to go somewhere. And I'm like, and then sure enough, once I got finished, got cleaned up, did everything I needed to do, we didn't leave for another half an hour, 45 minutes anyway. I was like, but logic with the wife. I love her dearly. Best thing that ever happened to me. Hands down. Best thing that ever happened to me. But don't try and insert logic into the equation. Of all the things to get mad about, a lot worse things. Like that, like these people out going on a power trip and not giving us this form. She's not upset about that. Those are her countrymen. Is it any wonder I'm not?
The asteroid is depleted.
Is it any wonder I'm not insane? In jail. Is it any wonder I've got too much time on my hands? Sticks. Time on my hands. Such a calamity. I've got too much time on my hands. Keeping away from me. Too much time on my hands. Oh, for crying out loud.
The asteroid.
Always the wrong one. No matter which one I shut off, it's always the other one. No matter how I try and second guess myself. Well, we might clear this one. We got another 10 minutes. Nah, we're not going to clear it. We'll probably get rid of everything but the Veldspar. They're definitely dropping. Solve all the world's problems without even trying. Fun never ends. As long as I'm buying. Is it any wonder I'm not the president? Is it any wonder I'm not insane? Is it any wonder I've got too much time on my hands? I've got too much time on my hands. Such a calamity. I've got too much time on my hands. Taking away from me. Taking time on my hand. Good song, good song. Styx is a good group. I like Come Sail Away. That's one of my favorites. So I was saying earlier, yeah. Actually, we got 7 minutes till the ad break, and we'll cut off after that. But the yeah, special thanks to you guys for being here, and we'll be back tomorrow with more Eve Online. We'll do something different. Appreciate you guys being here for the mining event. This is a weekly thing, so appreciate you guys being here. Renegade's a good one too. Yeah, Renegade's a good one too, Al. Yep. Yep. But yeah, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you guys being here. So, unfortunately, the last time I tried to tell you it was during the ads, so not everybody probably heard it. So, sorry about that. But yeah, the stream wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you guys. It probably would. I'd just sit here and talk to myself all day. So, wouldn't be the same. I always put that in my write-ups before I upload to YouTube. I write up what happened, this, that, and the other, and I always put in there that appreciate you guys for the awesome conversation. Is that where it comes from? That's where it comes from. I may start the conversation, but you guys kind of direct it, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Makes it easy. Makes it easy. Be my little baby. Eddie Money. This one always reminds me of my time at Pepperidge Farm when I worked at the warehouse in Pepperidge Farm. During my college years, my summers in college, I worked at Pepperidge Farm. And all the guys there were big Eddie Money fans. They'd always play it on the radio at 10 decibels. Brings back memories. Amazing how you hear a song and it brings back memories.
The asteroid is depleted.
We hear. Went from being a cop to a superstar. There you go. Yep. Yep. Yeah, talk about career changes. Talk about career changes. Talk about career changes. My ear itches. Oh. From a cop to a superstar.
The asteroid is depleted.
Born in the USA. Rod Stewart was a gravedigger. Yep, yep. You got a little something on your finger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's one thing I've noticed here, and this may be disgusting, but my ears get a lot dirtier here. I don't know if it's because of the humidity or what, but I have to clean my ears a lot more often than I ever did in America. Kind of just one of those weird things I've noticed. It's like, I don't remember cleaning my ears that often. Now I am streaming more. I'm wearing a headset more, so that maybe that's part of it. But even then, keep your fingers out of them. Yeah, that's what my dad used to always say. The only thing you put in your ear is your elbow, which no matter how hard you try, it's impossible to get your elbow in your ear. I actually punctured my eardrum one summer because I put Q-tips in my ears after going swimming and forgot I had them in there and slammed my head down on the bed and punctured my eardrum. And that was my dad's comment was, you don't put the only thing you put in your ear is your elbow. I'm like, well, that's what they made Q-tips for, but granted, I probably shouldn't have left them in there. I should have got the water out and then, stopped. But yep. But hindsight's always 20/20.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, I'm gonna finish these off, and then we're gonna call it a day. I think I'm done the plague. And we're getting ready to finish up the Scordites. The only thing left is Veldspar. Only thing left is Veldspar. I don't want to get in trouble with the wife. Otherwise, I'd probably stay and finish it off. But that almost guarantees me to get in trouble. Almost guaranteed. But yep, that was always his. Never put anything in your ear that's. He always said smaller than your elbow. He said, in fact, don't put anything in your ear but your elbow. Like, you can't get your elbow in your ear. He had another one too. What did he say? There's only two things that melt in water: sugar and shit. And you're not either one of them. So get out there and mow the grass. I don't care that it's raining. And then I explained to him later, I said, there's a lot more things that melt in water, Dad, than just, sugar and shit. I said, salt. I said, and he said, quit being a smart ass and get out there and mow the grass. I said, granted, I do agree. I'm not sugar and I'm not shit. But, yeah, my dad had a whole bunch of things. Swore like a sailor, even though he was never in the Navy. And then he wondered, where'd you learn to swear? I'd tell you, but I don't want to pick my teeth up from the other side of the room. That's why Christmas Story always speaks to me, because it's... my dad swore, and my mom would always ask us, where'd you learn those words? And of course we knew we learned them from my dad. We couldn't say that. So we said the first thing that popped in our mind, Schwartz.
The asteroid is depleted.
And poor Schwartz got his rear end beat. Didn't even know why. Did he have a leg lamp? He didn't have a leg lamp. Now, was no power of the mind with my father, but I guarantee if he had won any kind of contest, he would have been super proud of it. Yeah, I mean... And it was so funny because him and I, while he was still alive, used to watch the Christmas Story movie together. And he said it always reminded him of his father. And I'm like, and no comment. He was another one that logic didn't always work out well. If you pointed logic out to him, he got pretty upset with you, like my wife. Anytime I point logic out to her, she's like, right, view to a kill. So that's Duran Duran. That's a good Duran Duran one. That's a James Bond one.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, no. Into the fire is all we need. Dance into the fire. Dance into the fire. It's all we need. Dance into the fire. Toto's Africa. Yep. That's another good one. Yep. Yeah, that's another one. I think I have this one in that. I think I have that one in this playlist too. Yeah. That's probably the only Toto song I have in here, but yes, that's an awesome one.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, that's the end of that.
Asteroid is depleted.
All right, so I'm going to call it, guys. I'm going to wait for the ads to finish, though. I may as well go ahead and target these just because we're here. Need to figure out who we're going to raid. So, Autonomous is on. We're going to raid Autonomous. Cool. You're going to finish the belt? Okay, cool. Yeah, I know it'll get me in trouble with her if I do. So I'm just going to go ahead and raid out to Autonomous. So that way she can't blame it on me when we don't get out of here on time, which I'm sure I'll get blamed anyway, but yeah. At least this way. She says, "Oh, you never take me serious. You never take me serious. Your game's more important.
The asteroid is depleted.
Your game's more important." Not really. All right, Al. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again, bud. Appreciate it. Like I said, let me go ahead and get this one. So, yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for fleeting. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Skimitar, for the boost and the compression. I'm going to go ahead and raid Autonomous. Autonomous. All right. Jerry Can, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. All right. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. I'll talk to you then.